There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thanks. Please be seated. Honorable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the gallery of Warrant Officer M. Groenewald and Sergeant M.D. Kumalo from the South African Police Services Parole. These two officers have been involved in cases dealing with the protection of children's rights. They are my guests today. You are welcome to Parliament. They are right up behind in the last row. The first item on the order paper is questions addressed to the Deputy President. Members may press the talk button on their desks if they wish to ask a supplementary question. The first question has been asked by the Honorable B.H. Holomisa. The Honorable, the Deputy President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me at the outset offer an apology in advance for the members of the executive who are not here. They are still in a cabinet meeting. This is the last cabinet meeting of the year. They should be joining us shortly. So they are currently involved in a number of discussions. And what occasioned the delay was also just doing the budgetary allocations and all that. So I offer that apology in advance, particularly in view of the fact that one of the questions also has to do with the attendance of members of the executive in Parliament, which I will deal with in due course, Madam Speaker. With regard to the question that's been raised by Honorable Holomisa, I'd like to say that our labor laws cover all employees in South Africa, regardless of nationality and where they've come from. When an employment relationship exists, all the rights and obligations enjoyed by South Africans, and particularly workers in this case, in terms of our labor laws, those laws also apply to foreign nationals who are working in our country. There are currently sectoral wage determinations that prescribe conditions of employment and minimum wages for the hospitality as well as the agricultural sectors of our economy. Should any employer pay wages that are below what is prescribed in the sectoral determination, such an employer will be flouting our labor laws. Before a foreign national can be employed, as I'm sure we all know, an employer needs to secure a work permit for a foreign national employee. However, an employer can apply for a work permit for a foreign national in instances where the prospective employee possesses what we would call a critical or scarce skill not available in our labor market. The social partners in NEDLAC are currently engaged in deliberations on the recommendations that were put forward by an advisory panel on the minimum wage. Once agreement has been reached on the level at which this minimum wage or a minimum wage will be set, it will cover all employees in our country, regardless of their nationality. Employers who do not comply, whether their employees are South African or whether they come from other countries, will face penalties. The national minimum wage, in the end, should not be seen as a recommended wage. It is a wage that forms the floor below which no employee may be paid in South Africa. Once implemented, the national minimum wage will significantly improve the position of the lowest paid workers in our country. Currently, up to 47% of working people in our country earn below 3,500. 50% of the people working in our country also earn below 4,000 Rand. And 51% of those many South Africans live on less than 1,036 Rand a month. Now, if we have a minimum wage, which could be agreed to by the social partners at NEDLAC, Madam Speaker, it will be a radical shift with regard to addressing the issue of wage inequality in our country. When you have so many people earning less than 3,500, and we estimate that these would number about 6.5 million to 7 million people, this minimum wage would, in many ways, begin to lift as many people as 6.5 million of South Africans who are currently laboring under what I would call wage poverty. So once this is done, it basically is a start. It should be seen as a launching pad to improve wage equality in our country, to begin to deal with not only wage inequality, but also poverty and inequality. It will assist in reducing, yes, poverty, and in this regard, we have had to have a very good balance between wages that people can begin to live on, as well as saying that do we want to have a minimum wage that could destroy jobs. Now, in this case, what the panel has done is to craft a balance between not having a minimum wage that is too low as to have no impact whatsoever. And in this case, the impact will affect 6.5 million people, and that is a lot of people. But the other balance was whether you have it so high as to end up destroying jobs. Now, that is where the panel is, and if I may inform members, currently the social partners in NEDLAC are busy consulting with their constituencies. We will have a meeting where each of the constituencies, including government, the labor movement, business, as well as community-based organizations, will come back and give their own view on what their response is to this wage that has been suggested by the panel, which is 20 Rand an hour for South Africans, that in the end, no worker in South Africa should earn less than 20 Rand an hour. So if accepted, we are going to be on a new environment, and it could be an environment which could begin to address the issue of inequality and poverty in our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Holomisa.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Honorable Deputy President. A lot of South Africans are finding it difficult to work in the construction, hospitality, and farming industry or sectors because employers are refusing to pay them decent salaries. Instead, they prefer employing illegal foreign nationals and pay them meager salaries whilst working under exploitative conditions. The question: what are the practical policy mechanisms and regulatory instruments envisaged in the proposed national minimum wage, which are intended to enforce its implementation and compliance, stop the exploitation of the illegal immigrants, create equal opportunities, equal job opportunities for all, and restore the dignity of an African worker? Thank you.
The Honorable the Deputy President.
One of the issues, Madam Speaker, in crafting a minimum wage is that you don't want to craft a minimum wage that will just remain on the statute books. You want a minimum wage that will be implemented and applied. And in this case, the proposal from the panel is that we should set up an institutional mechanisms that are going to ensure that, one, the minimum wage itself is reviewed from time to time, and two, that we ensure implementation. Now, implementation in the end is going to be the key in ensuring that employers do comply with the minimum wage that will have been set. And we are certain that once the minimum wage is broadly accepted and the application thereof kicks in, we will be able to set up mechanisms of making sure that employers do indeed comply, and if they don't comply, there will be penalties. There will have to be penalties for those employers that do not apply. But I have no doubt that we will find that many employers who are currently represented at the negotiating table by their various associations, we will find that they will comply, because in the negotiations that we are involved in, various business sectors are represented by a number of serious people who we are negotiating with. So they will be sending the message through to them and making sure that they do apply. Now, the other important thing, of course, is that the panel has recommended that there should be an adjustment period, a period that is given to employers to adjust. Those who are paying below the minimum wage should know once agreement has been reached and it is announced that they now have a certain period during which they should adjust, because the panel has suggested that the real implementation time should be 2019, but the negotiating partners at NEDLEC are still going to deliberate on that time period. It may be slightly earlier, or it may be at 2019, and that should give employers sufficient time to adjust themselves and to understand the rules and to know how the regulations are going to be applied. So we are certain that in the main, you will find that there will be a good measure of compliance. And where there is no compliance, there will obviously be penalties. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Ollis.
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy President, wage inequality should concern us all in this House. I want to talk to you about the minimum wage for workers in the blanket sector in the textile industry. They're an example of where the Bargaining Council has set the current minimum wage between R11.28 and R13.47 per hour, which is about half of the proposed R20 per hour proposed in the national minimum wage. How does your government intend saving jobs in the textile industry with a one-size-fits-all national minimum wage at R20 per hour? The industry is vulnerable to cheap imports, and they cannot pass on the costs to their customers as a result. Thousands of textile jobs could be lost, but I suppose your government has got a record at losing jobs, 136,000 lost in the last quarter alone. At the end of the day, won't you agree that sectoral minimum wages proposed by the DA will ensure less job losses than a one-size-fits-all national minimum wage as proposed?
The Honorable the Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sectoral minimum wages have been in application or in existence in our country for a long time. Whilst they've been in existence, you've had almost 7 million people earning less than 3,500 and living in what we call wage poverty. Whilst they are working, they continue to remain poor. Now, what the minimum wage aims to do, really, in the end, is to lift the earnings of South Africans, but to do so in a very careful manner. To have a wage, say, of 20 Rand an hour, which, yes, could ostensibly be slightly 50% more than the numbers that you have quoted. Now, at the negotiating table, we are mindful, very mindful of the job losses that could ensue once a national minimum wage is put in place. And we are now saying we should find a way of mitigating the job losses. Now, all over the world, when a minimum wage is set, it is accompanied by job losses. And what then should happen, a responsible government and a responsible nation, be it employers or unions or anyone else, should then ask themselves, what can we do to mitigate the job losses? Now, at the NEDLAC level, we're beginning to deal with that matter. What are we going to do to mitigate these losses? And interestingly, some of the thoughts and the proposals are coming from the employers. The employers are the ones who are saying, right, if we accept this, what should we do, all of us collectively, to mitigate those losses? And interesting proposals are being put on the table. And one of the overarching one, of course, is that we need a period during which employers can adjust. And the period between, say, December of this year and the envisaged by the panel, that is, implementation period in 2019, will give employers sufficient time to adjust their own budgets, to adjust their operations, to envisage a 20 Rand an hour. Now, having done so, the panel has also said there will be exemptions. Exemptions can be applied for businesses that are in distress, sectors that are in distress, will be able, on a evidence-based process, go to the department or to the institution that will be set up and apply for exemptions. They will then be able to put forward their books and say, we want an exemption for such and such a period and all that. Now, all over the world, minimum wages are subject to exemptions. So it's not one size fits all. Yes, we are saying there should be a minimum wage of general application, but having said that, we're also saying there will be sectors of the economy, there will be certain businesses that go through stress from time to time, and those need to be exempted for a certain time period to allow the business to adjust itself. The real matter here is whether South Africa is prepared to continue existing with a whole horde of workers, up to 7 million, in wage poverty. That is the question we should ask ourselves. Is this something that we are prepared to countenance, or are we saying we want to lift the livelihoods of our people? Now, this measure that has been proposed by the panel is aimed at lifting South Africans who are in employment in terms of their wages, and I think we should embrace that. We should not dismiss this measure. It is going to be a very, very radical measure that is going to add a better livelihood to our people. So those who dismiss it obviously are saying to us that we want to have our people continuing to live in wage poverty. And we believe, and the panel believes, that that is not the way to go. We should be going the way of giving our people a better life. And this is where we start, and this is just the beginning to address the poverty and the inequality that exists in our country. Countries that have embraced the minimum wage have seen the livelihoods of their own people go up, and in fact, in other cases, the economy has responded positively to wages that have been lifted. Because as soon as workers start earning higher wages, the money they earn is not put under the mattress. It is money that goes back into the economy. It could result in more jobs being created, more products being put on the table. So I urge all of us as South Africans, let us embrace the notion of a national minimum wage. It is the right thing to do for our people. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Paulsen.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Deputy President, I found it quite ironic that at Castro Memorial, you said we must all be like Castro. You must be the last one to speak. The proposal of 20 Rand per hour with some adjustments here and there. In 2019, with no gains for workers between now and then, this level will be less or equal to what the sectoral determination would be in any case, should they continue in the current manner. Is the proposal not an extreme compromise like our 1994 negotiated settlement, where we had this violent transition that instead of bringing back the humanity of the majority of the working class, it is once again entrenched the inequality and not done anything to restore the dignity and pay them a real living wage as we proposed in 2014.
Honorable Member, do you have a question? Because your minute is gone.
Of 4,500, which if we had a 9% per annum inflation increase would have been 5,000 Rand by now. So my question, Minister, Deputy President, if you saw it there was, would it not have been better to provide for the dignity of the working class as opposed to entrenching the inequality that exists?
Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Paulsen, the thing that you should be looking at is that we are sitting at NEDLAC. As you well know, NEDLAC is made up of business, labor, community, and government. Now, I often look at this composition of South Africans as the brain's trust of people who are dealing with economic matters that affect the nation. They are people who are on a daily basis sitting down, crunching numbers, looking at the impact of everything that happens in our country, the budget, including the laws that we pass here. Now, those are the people who I defer to for their wisdom, for their counsel, and for their foresight. Now, they've been given this task of crafting a minimum wage. Now, the figure was proposed by a panel that reviewed the proposals that were made by all these social partners in NEDLAC. Each one of them came with different figures. And the panel then put all these figures together and look at the median wage that could be applied in our country and put a figure on the table. It is not my figure, nor is it your figure. You have a different figure, I may have a different figure, but these are people who are crunching numbers that impact on the lives of people. Now, they've suggested, the panel has suggested 20 Rand an hour. The social partners are going to discuss this. They will arrive at a figure. It may be the same, it may be different, but in the end, we should respect them for having come up with a solution that begins to address the issue of wage inequality in our country. Now, they are no longer just talking in the wind. They are dealing with a real figure that is on the table, a figure that is going to impact on the lives of 7 million people, Honorable Paulson. 7 million people will be impacted by this. Should it have been at 4,500? Of course, it could well have been. But at the same time, the panel says if you peg it that high, then you are going to lose many more jobs, because the issue of job loss is real. We should realize that it's not a smoke screen or it's not just a rumor. It will happen. And therefore, the partners in NEDLAC are trying to have a balance between having too high a wage and losing jobs, or a balance between having a reasonably pegged wage and save a lot of jobs, but lift up to 7 million people out of wage inequality. This amount, in the end, is not a living wage. I think we should disabuse the notions that people may have that this is a living wage. It is not a living wage. Many of our people earn slave wages, and this is a minimum. This is the floor below which no one in South Africa should earn. In the end, what it calls various sectors of our community on is to try to move the wage up. Trade unions, for instance, they now have a task. They must negotiate wages that will go beyond living wage, wages that will give our people a better life. So this should be seen as a beginning. It should be seen as forming a foundation to enable our people to earn a better wage. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Yengeni.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Deputy President, there are people out there who are saying that the 3.5 is too little. And as we were going around the country doing public hearings, there were figures that were thrown to us, like 12.5 as a national minimum wage. Some were saying 5,000, some were saying 700, or 7,000. What I want to know, or what I want the DP to explain to our people who are listening to you today, how did you get to that 3.5? What aspects have been considered by the panel to come to that amount, not to 12, not to 5, not to 4? Definitely, there are issues that have been considered. Remember that also there are people who are saying if national minimum wage is implemented, it will lead to unemployment. So all those issues, I would think that as the panel was considering the amount, they were taken into consideration. Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable
Deputy
Speaker.
Speaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, is it parliamentary for somebody to put a question to a member of the executive when they themselves don't even live by those conditions?
No, Honorable.
It's 3,500 Rand, not 350 Rand. And I think it's hypocrisy of its worst order for a member to do that in this House.
Please just
Chair.
take a seat. Honorable
Chair.
Deputy President, please proceed.
Honorable Chair, can I?
You know, Honorable Yengeni, I don't want you to entertain that input.
Okay.
Allow the Deputy President to answer your question. Honorable DP.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. A number of considerations were taken into account by the panel, and I'd like to encourage members of this House to download the report that was issued by the panel, because it is quite a really enlightening document to read. I would like members not to speak out of ignorance, but to get this document in their hand and read it. Now, what the panel took into account were issues such as the low level of growth in our economy right now. They took that into account. They also took into account the global situation, but they also took into account the countries that we regard as our comparators. Countries such as Brazil, Malaysia, Turkey, Mexico, and so forth. And they also looked very deeply into what the ILO, the International Labour Organization, has been doing on the issues of the national minimum wage in a number of countries. And in fact, we also had, as a member of this panel, an ILO official, Dr. Belsa, who has been dealing with the issue of minimum wages in a number of countries over a very long time. What they also took into account was the basket, if you like, of wages in South Africa. And when they looked at them, they did a calculation, a mean calculation, and arrived at a particular figure, which is the average. But they also took a median calculation, which gave them a figure, which is 20 Rand an hour for 40 hours a week. Now, having arrived at that, they also looked at what is the likely impact, negative impact, of 20 Rand an hour is going to have on employment. And they found that, yes, it will have a negative impact in a number of sectors. For instance, in the farming sector, they found it will have an impact. Hence, they came up with an exemption for a number of 3 years of getting the agricultural sector to pay up to 90% of the wage that they are proposing. They also looked at the domestic worker sector, and they found that it would be best to say they should pay 75% of the wage that they are proposing. Then they looked at small business, and they said they too should have a period during which they adjust, and then they exempted quite a number of other subsectors. Now, those are the matters they took into account, yes, and they toyed around with figures such as 12,500, and they found that if they were to propose a 12,500 wage, it would wipe out a lot of jobs in South Africa to a point where it would be difficult to recover the employment levels in those sectors. And they then moved, graduated more and more towards the 3,500 or the 20 Rand an hour. And that 20 Rand was carefully crafted, carefully considered, taking also into account what government had proposed. Government had proposed 2,200 up to about 3,500. Business had proposed 2,800 to 3,700. And the labor movement, of course, came in at 4,500 and more. Now, this 20 Rand an hour, when it is properly applied, taking the hours that people work, is a good start. It's a start that is going to enable us to have a floor below which no one should ever be paid. And it is not a living wage, it is a minimum wage which should enable a number of people, up to 7 million people, to begin to earn a wage that is above where they are currently. Thank you very much.
We now come to question number 22, asked by the Honorable Manana, the Honorable the Deputy President.
Honorable Speaker, government is working with its social partners on a range of measures to ensure that we have growth in our economy, to create jobs, and to promote an investor-friendly environment. South Africa's economic fortunes are no doubt inextricably linked with those of the global economy. That is why government actively promotes and participates in platforms such as the G20, the IMF, the WTO, BRICS, and the World Economic Forum. And it does so to seek solutions that could address our weak economic growth. Government has worked tirelessly to reduce the domestic constraints to faster growth through implementation of the 9-point plan. The plan prioritizes the stabilization of South Africa's electricity supply. It also deals with the labor relations issues. It also deals with matters of the environment and unblocking regulatory barriers to investment. I'm almost tempted, Madam Chair, almost tempted, if I was a schoolmaster, I would have asked the members on the other side to write an examination on the 9-point plan. I have no doubt many of them would have failed. They would have failed my exam. The Industrial Policy Action Plan, another area where I would test them, seeks to reindustrialize our country, to create decent jobs, localize technology development, and boost exports. It is also promoting transformation through the Black Industrialists Program, which is yielding really good results. Since it was launched earlier this year, government has approved financial and non-financial assistance to 22 black industrialists to the value of R1.5 billion. And in no time, we're going to start seeing really good dividends out of this in the form of employment and products that will be brought to market. The 10-point plan also deals with revitalizing agriculture and what else? The agro-processing value chain. And it is a critical intervention to create a large number of jobs, expand South Africa's production of high-value horticultural crops, and assist smallholder and black farmers to compete in this sector. Government, therefore, Madam Speaker, is working across a number of mineral value chains to develop beneficiation plans which leverage off South Africa's mineral wealth. Through the initiative of the Minister of Finance and the Business Unity South Africa, Mr. Jabu Mabuza and our Minister of Finance are taking practical steps to increase investment in the group that they are working in, to support small enterprise development, to address youth unemployment and maintain South Africa's investment grade. To streamline the investment process and accelerate investment, government has created an investment one-stop shop, which we call Invest South Africa. And this structure is providing investor facilitation and has removed and is in the process of removing a lot of bureaucratic logjams that many people in business often complain about. The Interministerial Committee on Investment is also doing quite a lot of work. It has identified 40 priority investment projects which can be operationalized within a relatively short space of time. Now, through these measures we are undertaking, we are confident that we are able to significantly improve the investment climate in our country and to attract greater interest in our economy. And we find this to be an ongoing process where many investors are gaining a lot of interest, largely because of the reform process that they see us implementing reform process with regard to implementing the 9-point plan, as well as ensuring that we create a really good climate for investment in our country. So, Madam Speaker, we are on the way to revamp business and economic processes in our country, and I'd like to say to people, watch this space, because we are going to transform this economy. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Manana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Deputy Speaker, ngibonga kakhulu ngokucacisa amasu namaqhinga uhulumeni wethu owasebenzisayo kwezomnotho ukungenelela ukulwisana nobubha nokuseleka kwemisebenzi kanye nokungalingani ezweni lethu. Umbuzo osekela Mongameli ukuthi njengoba ama-rating agencies esefikile abeka imbono yayo kwezomnotho wezwe lethu, ngabe lokhu kusho ukuthini kubantu base South Africa nakuzwe lonke jikelele?
Ngiyabonga, Madam Speaker. Ama-rating agency lawa mathathu, Moody's, S&P, no Fitch, baye bafika la, bakhuluma nabantu abaningi. Ngingasho nje ukuthi we are probably the only country in the world that has engaged rating agencies in the robust manner in which we engage them and where we expose them to a large number of South Africans and various institutions. They thoroughly combed through our country, spoke to as many people as they possibly can, spoke to people who are in government, people outside government, and people opposed to government, people in business, in labor, and in communities. And in the end, they were able to get a plethora of views, and diverse views for that matter, that gave them a very good picture of where South Africa is and where South Africa is going. And based on the conversations that they had with all these South Africans who represented their point of view, but in the main, who projected our country mostly in a positive manner, they were able to give us a rating which is still above junk status. So we still remain an investment grade country following the rating agencies' rating processes. And we are very pleased with that. And I think we should congratulate Treasury, the Minister of Finance, cabinet members who participated in this, because the rating agencies participated or engaged with a number of cabinet ministers, various organizations, and we congratulate all of them, labor, business, communities, for having put the South African story on the map for rating agencies to see. And with that, we are still investment grade, and we hope that we will remain investment grade going forward. And all this happened, really, all this happened because of the collective effort that all of us put in place to make sure that South Africa does remain the investment graded country that it is. It does have an impact on ordinary South Africans in that if we were downgraded, our debt levels, our ability to borrow money would have been a lot more difficult, and it would have imposed greater interest charges on our current debt as well. So we are grateful that South Africans put their best foot forward and made sure that we remain investment grade. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Esther Reason.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, we must firstly recognize the current global economic crisis has deeply detrimental effects for all economies, and not only South Africa. And in the economic interventions to create investments, there's also skills development, which is very essential. And in creating jobs, would you not agree that one of the main problems we have in South Africa is the lack of government and the private sector commitment towards skills development? That government places too much emphasis on academic studies and forget the technical training. That government should not have stopped the apprenticeship programs order training of artisans and closing teachers' colleges, and etc. Businesses don't put any effort or resources into skills development anymore. Should companies not be further mandated to provide skills development, training, and not expected ready-made employees from government? Honourable Deputy President, don't you agree that this is a key component, not only to employment, but also economic growth? How can government bolster such technical training programs and promote the same with big business? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable, yes, Hazen, you're absolutely correct that the skills development issue is possibly one of the most important tasks that we have, not only as government, but as a nation. So I agree with you entirely, and also agree that that's an area that we should be focusing more attention on. But as we speak now, you will know that government is pouring much more money into education than in a number of other areas of what we do as a government. We're focusing on skills development, and the TVET colleges that are spreading and being established all over the country are a response, a direct response to particularly this quest that we all have. We want to ensure that as many South African young people as possible do get skills, and the Human Resource Development Council that I chair as Deputy President is focusing precisely on this as well. Now, when it comes to the private sector, we keep on encouraging the private sector to join government in making sure that we spread skills amongst our people. And I must say that quite a number of private sector entities are responding very positively to this call. And in fact, recently, in our discussions with the private sector, they were prepared to have up to 1 million young people over a 3-year period into learnerships being brought into their companies, and those learnerships will also include a skills acquisition component to them. So they are stepping up. They're stepping up to this quest for skills acquisition, and this is a task that all of us as South Africans must share. We must make sure that as many of our young people as possible do get into skills. And we are also focusing on artisan development. The Minister of Higher Education is spending more and more of his time to try and get young people to look at artisanship as a career option that they can have, rather than have so many of our young people just going to universities. They should go into TVET colleges, community colleges, where they can go and learn real skills. For it's true that in the end, the real engine of our economic growth is going to derive from well-trained young people or well-trained people. Of course, companies may well want ready-made workers, but they also are becoming more and more aware that they've got to invest in skills training, and they are joining us on an ongoing basis to make sure that young people do acquire skills. So it's an ongoing process. We're going on with this task of making sure that people do get skills in our country. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Arising from your earlier response, Honourable Deputy President, the ACDP welcomes and supports the increased cooperation between government, business and labour and other stakeholders in promoting investor confidence and avoiding a sovereign downgrade, as you pointed out. Indeed, Cabinet needs to be congratulated, as do business unity, because we know the consequences would have been too ghastly to contemplate. However, the one red flag that was raised was the issue relating to political uncertainty. And would you not agree, Deputy President, that those concerns about the potential of political infighting increasing next year must be taken seriously, where ratings agencies believe that factional battles may distract policymakers and lead to mixed messages, which may undermine investor confidence and undo the good work that has been done today? Honourable Deputy President, if so, what steps can be taken to minimize the effects of such political uncertainty and to avoid the negative economic impact, including a possible sovereign ratings downgrade. But we are grateful for what has taken place up to this stage. Thank you, Deputy President.
The Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for that congratulatory message. Thank you. Let me say that, when we engage with the rating agencies, most of them did say that clearly the political noise that's in the atmosphere is something that they notice, they see, but they said in the main, what we credit you South Africans for is that you are observing the rules of the game, even as things happen within your own political entities, parties. You are operating within the parameters of the rules that you have, and we notice that, but in the end, it is not the main consideration that we have in mind in terms of rating is concerned. They were more concentrating on where is growth going to come from? Are you restructuring your state-owned enterprises? Are you doing enough on labor market reforms and stability? Those were the areas they were focusing on, and I say this because I did have some discussions with them. And they said, as for the rest, it happens all over the world. All over the world, we do find contestation in the political sphere, and that is what politics is all about anyway. It also, they do find contestation within political parties themselves, and they say in the end, they focus on whether you are a rules-based country that is going to observe the rules of the game. So I drew a lot of comfort from that, knowing that much as we are a politically robust country, all of us sitting here in Parliament here, we are robust, we are noisy, we are boisterous, but that boisterousness is not what concerns the rating agencies. They notice it, they see how our Parliament functions, and they say that happens in many other countries, and they see how political parties function, they say that happens, and so it's not a major consideration. So I'd like you to take comfort as well from what I took comfort from, that in the end, the political noise that they observe is not their main consideration. Their main consideration is the economy and how we are managing the economy. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Phil Tane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Deputy President, given the turbulent socio-political conditions in which our country finds itself, examples being service delivery protests, which are quite regular, state capture being another one, and given Clause 5 of the principles on which our Constitution is based, and for ease of reference, I'll briefly quote from it. The legal system shall ensure equality of all before the law and make sure that there are programs or activities that have as their object the amelioration of the conditions of the disadvantaged, including those disadvantaged on the great basis of race, color, and gender. Now, given all this, are the initiatives that you are taking as the executive dealing head-on with the legacy of colonization and apartheid in order to help the unemployed people, Africans particularly, to reclaim their dignity as human beings in the first place, as opposed to the 1856 Act, which refused them the right to be regarded as human beings in the first place? Are those initiatives with the international world of business going to put Africans in that strong position? Thank you.
The Honorable, the Deputy President.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I'd like to believe and firmly believe that much of what this government has sought to do has been aimed at implementing the objectives that are set out in our Constitution. And from the ANC side, it's been driven by our need and objective to implement the provisions of the Freedom Charter, which really are about restoring the dignity of people who've been oppressed under colonialism and apartheid. And many of the initiatives that we have embarked upon have been aimed precisely at that, to address the oppression of our people, to end oppression, to end the hardship of our people, and to make sure that we give our people a better life. Giving them a better life that is going to be very different from the life that they led under colonialism and apartheid. Now, this does not happen overnight. It's not a one-day event. It is a process. And over the 21 years that we have achieved our freedom, a lot of progress has been made. And a number of observers and analysts do testify to the fact that, in the main, the life of many South Africans has changed for the better. For instance, poverty has been reduced quite substantially. We still have a long way to go. There's much more that we still need to do, and this is clearly demonstrated by the challenges that we still face. But being that being the case, it means that we are still having to do quite a lot of things. And this is where we call upon all South Africans to join us on this journey of turning South Africa into a truly prosperous country where our people will enjoy democracy, where our people will live in a country that's truly non-racial and non-sexist. Thank you very much.
We now come to question number 23, asked by the Honorable Reverend Mishwe. The Honorable, the Deputy President.
Honorable Speaker, the deliberations that are currently underway among the social partners at NEDLEC to determine the design and the application and the level of the national minimum wage for South Africa are proceeding and are hopefully going to yield a result which will be known to everyone in time. The constituencies which meet together as the Committee of Principals are now considering the recommendations of, as I said, an expert advisory panel, among other things, an appropriate level for that wage. So the panel considered proposals based on research and evidence from social partners. After much deliberation, as I said earlier, they proposed 20 Rand an hour, while the recommendation of the panel does not differentiate between private persons and corporate entities. The panel recommended that an exemption mechanism be built into the system. This means that employers who can effectively motivate why they are unable to meet the minimum wage level would be granted an exemption. The panel proposed that own account workers and paid or unpaid family workers in informal enterprises are permanently excluded from the minimum wage. That means that if there are workers who are working for the family, who are family members, and working in an enterprise, those would be excluded. The report also recommended that employers who employ 10 or less employees also be given an additional 12 months to adjust to the minimum wage. These recommendations are all currently under consideration, and we are confident that agreement will be reached soon. So the workers that the Honorable Member, Reverend Michel, asked about are those workers that would be excluded because they are family members. So that distinction, particularly for family members, is there. But other than that, everyone else is meant to comply with the minimum wage. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Reverend Mishwe.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Deputy President. While we all agree that the proposed national minimum wage is neither a decent wage nor a living wage, we nevertheless heed caution from the chairperson of the panel of experts who have chosen to steer this process of determining the minimum wage. He said that if it was too high, and the Deputy President did confirm that, then the amount would have an adverse impact on employment with job losses. And if it was set too low, then it would fail to address the challenges of the working poor, who regrettably make up almost half of the workforce that is earning below 3,500 rands per month. What I want to know from the Deputy President is why people who are employed through the expanded public works program and people employed by state security agencies or SANDF members are not covered by the proposed national minimum wage. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy President.
I think those employed by the state agencies and the SANDF are generally covered anyway, so they possibly don't fall in that category. Those who are working in the employment public works program are fall in a different category. Different category because they in the end get a stipend. They get a stipend, they're doing valuable work, and they in the main do not really work every day as your type of ordinary worker would. And the public employment program in the main is a stopgap measure, but in other areas it fulfills a much needed social purpose, in that there are quite a number of people who work almost permanently in this type of function, but not every day. They work permanently, and to give you a good example, there are 40,000 women in KZN who repair the roads. Each one is allocated something like half a kilometer of road. They diligently have been working at this for quite a number of years, repairing these roads. They work like 2 days a week, and that allows them to be able to do other things, other, if you like, economically sort of involved activities. But they are not necessarily employees. They fall in the category of volunteer type of workers who get a stipend, who do get paid. And that pay they get helps them to patch up their income along the way. And they run, in the end, by the end of this administration tenure, they will run into 6 million. And those are job opportunities. They are not jobs. They are job opportunities where our people, because of the high unemployment situation that we are operating in, do find gainful activity of a limited nature, but in some cases of an ongoing level. Now, some of these work on water, some of them work on fire, some are community workers, they work on health and a number of other areas, and they work on infrastructure. Now, all these will in the end amount to about 6 million. And they are job opportunities. And if we recognize them for what they are, we should recognize that if we were to have them covered, then it would collapse the whole system. We would have to half it or even bring it down to a quarter. And because they are not fully employed like that, the panel has suggested that they should be exempted. And it would seem like that is the best way of dealing with their situation. Clearly, with time, you will find that, yes, the income that they earn will keep catching up with inflation, but the income they get does close some holes, does address the issue of abject poverty. So that's the reason why they have been exempted. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Ollis.
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy President, in the document you received 2 weeks ago from the minimum wage panel, it refers obviously to the 3,500 proposal approximately per month, but it also contains a comment on Treasury's report on minimum wages. It says, based on a national minimum wage of 3,189 Rand in 2014 numbers, the National Treasury concludes that approximately 715,000 jobs will be lost. Moreover, the Treasury model predicts that GDP will fall by 2.1%. My question to you is, have you read the Treasury report? Have you applied your mind to it or been briefed by Treasury on it? And are you concerned, similarly to National Treasury, about massive job losses that could result from a national minimum wage and the slowdown of the economy? Are you not concerned about this? And if not, why not, Mr. Deputy President?
The Honorable Deputy President.
Madam Speaker, if Honorable Hollis was listening to me, which seems to be a very scarce commodity these days, he would have heard me say, you would have heard me state universal experience on the setting of a minimum wage. There's not a single country in the world which has accepted or embraced a minimum wage which has not suffered job losses. The key question is, a country has to ask itself, do we continue with wage inequality forever and in a day, or do we move to an upper level where we will have a minimum wage which will drag everybody up in time to a point where our people will begin to have a decent life? Now, all countries, including your favorite OECD countries, have had a similar experience. Now, in our country, we did a thorough study. And the good thing is, my good friend, the study that was done by Treasury, the study that was done by the unions, the study that was done by business, and I read all of them. And having read all of them, very carefully, by the way, having read all of them, they were also looked at very, very deeply by the panel. The panel comments on this because they also studied those reports. And they noted that these were 2014 figures. Now, we estimate that if you were to apply the minimum wage, say, today, you would have job losses that would be above, say, 400,000, 500,000. Now, but what we are saying, those people in the Committee of Principals at NEDLEC are saying, we recognize that this is the usual result of setting a minimum wage. What we should do collectively is to see how we are going to mitigate job losses. The measures that we need to take collectively to mitigate job losses is what we're now going to be discussing when we next meet, to say, what do we do? Now, let me tell you, those partners in NEDLEC have more or less all accepted the principle that we must have a minimum wage. That is a given. Everyone has accepted. The level has more or less been accepted. The issue that now needs to be discussed is how do we mitigate the job losses that are going to ensue? And those mitigation factors or initiatives are going to range between matters of the timing, The 2.5-year period is a period that will no doubt help to mitigate massive job losses, because businesses are going to start adjusting. They are going to start looking at how best they can address the issue of an increased wage so that their businesses, one, do not fail, and they start paying workers at that level. So time is going to be utilized as a mitigating factor. The other one, if you were listening carefully, the other one is going to be employers are going to come forward and say, on an evidence basis, they will say, we need an exemption. We need an exemption for this length of period. Every responsible employer will be expected to come forward and say, I can do this, I can't do this, and these are the reasons why I can't do. Anybody who's running a business should not recklessly just want their business to fail because they are not able to live up to where the minimum wage is going to be. So there is an allowance for employers to then apply for exemption, and that in itself is going to mitigate the job losses. There are other initiatives. For instance, we are also saying that agricultural sector, the domestic sector, there should also be some measure of mitigation through reducing, pegging the percentage they should pay. But we are also saying there may well be other sectors, for instance, the textile sector or any other sector where employers can come forward and say, we are going to have difficulties, help us. And there may well be other sectors where we may need to get more investment. So if you were listening carefully, my good friend, you will see that mitigation is what we are now going to focus on. And remember that this is a collection of people from various sectors: business, government, labor, and communities. And a combination of all those, in the end, that sum of the parts is going to produce a much better outcome and a result that possibly you and I could ever come up with. So be respectful of the views that are going to be put forward by that committee of principals, because the great wisdom and the experience that they have in totality could possibly help us to move forward. So I beg you, be more understanding and embrace the concept of a national minimum wage. Don't kick against it because of your own political ideology. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Deputy President, you speak about a decent life for people, boosting the economy, creating more equal society, creating jobs, labor reform. But, Mr. Deputy President, only 3% of the South African economy is black-owned. But what is more shocking is that in the Western Cape, over 50% of the workforce are colored, but under 10% hold senior management posts. Now, what are we going to do about this, Mr. Deputy President?
Honorable the Deputy President.
Thank you very much. If I had the luxury of time, I would have asked some of my friends on the other side to answer that question. Clearly, in the end, I mean, what we seek to do is really to charge ahead with the transformation process. The ownership of the resources of our country should not be hogged and continue to be owned just by one racial group. Positions in companies should also not be hogged by just one racial group. We want to see transformation of a general and overarching type. And we do need to speed up the transformation process when it comes to land reform, ownership of companies, equipping our people with skills, getting them into key management positions, but to also demonstrate that we are serious. We are serious about radically changing the ownership, the management, and the control of our economy. because we cannot claim that we have a sustainable economy going forward when it is still structured in the way that it is, and it is still managed and owned in the way it is. So we call upon all of us indeed to live up to the ideals that we have of giving our people, as you correctly say, a better life. And giving them a better life means that we've got to improve their livelihoods, and improving their livelihoods, they must get skills, they must own assets, they must control those assets, and they must manage those assets. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Matiase.
Thanks, Speaker. Deputy President, the new dispensation of the national minimum wage, it's a progressive intervention, but we must mention forthright that the EFF minimum wage is 4,500 and going forward. The minimum wage is faced with twin challenges. One is finding redress of salary parity amongst employees within the same company. That's the first challenge. The second challenge is transcending and overcoming sectoral wage determination, without which national minimum wage will remain a pipe dream. And I think you will agree with me that it is through minimum wage, national minimum wage, that will be able to deal with wage gap between bosses and employees, household poverty, and inequality. Now, Deputy President, the question is, within the existing environment of sectoral determined minimum wage, and within the environment which employees will be given, employers rather, will be given exceptions and exceptional circumstances to comply, do you have proper regulation and mechanism in place to force employers to comply? And do you have time frames within which you'll get national minimum wage equilibrium? Because I can guarantee you, for as long as those are not in place, it will not be possible for us to attain the national minimum wage.
Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for saying that the national minimum wage is a progressive move. It certainly is. And we know and recognize the fact that the EFF would prefer a national minimum wage which is pegged at 4,500. Now, if you were to look at the amount that is on the table and look at the progression of time, you would find, and if you do your arithmetic or your maths, you'll find that we're not so far apart from each other. But do your maths, and I leave that to you. Now, with regard to the national minimum wage, when it comes to issues of parity between the wages of, say, workers within an enterprise, the national minimum wage can only address that in part. In the end, issues of wage parity are better addressed by trade unions. Trade unions advocating for wage parity, advocating for much better wages, a decent wage and a living wage. The national minimum wage is not, underline, is not a living wage, nor is it a decent wage. It is a wage that is being structured so that no worker in the country should earn below it. It is a floor. We're structuring a floor, and it is a good base from which to start to begin to improve the income of a number of people in our country. When applied immediately, as I said, it will impact on the income of some 7 million people. Now, that is a start. It is a very good start, and progressively, as you correctly say, it will move up. Now, the rest of the work has to be done by negotiations and by trade unions. The wage determinations, currently we have got different wage determinations, and the minimum wage is going to expect that all those wage determinations live up to where the national minimum wage is going to be pegged. You asked the question, application, implementation, and enforcement. As I said earlier, we obviously are going to expect that when the implementation time comes, there will be compliance that is expected and penalties to those who do not implement. Will we have the sufficient mechanism? Yes, we're going to make it a point in government that it is applied. It is applied and it is enforced, and that too is going to be a work in progress. We're going to make sure that we focus on a number of sectors of our economy where there's been laggard enforcement, and focus on those, and other sectors of the economy are sectors that generally implement even the wage determination. So we are going to focus on implementation, make sure that there is clear implementation and enforcement, and that will be accompanied by penalties. So the Department of Labor is going to put in place various structures and mechanisms that are going to ensure that that happens. So you can be rest assured that our focus in the end is not just to have a minimum wage that will be on the statute books. We want a minimum wage that will be applied. And thank you very much for saying it's a progressive start. The time frame, yes, that's, sorry for omitting that. The panel has proposed that this should commence by December. We should announce. We will see whether it's possible to announce once the partners at NEDLEC have reached agreement. If that is not possible, certainly by the beginning of the year, there will be an announcement. Once it is announced, then the legislative process will then commence. The amendments and the bill will come to Parliament, and that should take us, the better part of the year. Maybe by the end of the year, we will have the legislation, but we will expect that from July of next year, we start implementation. We start getting companies to start implementing the announcement that will have been made. And this is the process of mitigation. This is the process of getting companies to adjust. Thereafter, we will have a lead-in period leading up to, as the panel proposed, to 2019, when the whole of 2018, they will be getting ready, the mechanisms. By 2019, then implementation starts. So that is the time frame that is envisaged. We are still going to talk about that.
We now come to question number 24, asked by the Honorable Raputi. Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Speaker, during my recent visit, together with a number of members of the executive to Vietnam, I visited the city of Hai Phong and had the opportunity to inspect the Pai Rang Shipbuilding Corporation. Hai Phong has been long viewed as a cradle of the Vietnamese shipbuilding industry. Over a number of years, the Vietnamese have made significant progress in building their oceans economy, in particular the shipbuilding part and the aquaculture. Currently, there are 6 South African students studying maritime economy studies at the Maritime University in Hai Phong. And these students are studying there on scholarships that we were granted by the Vietnamese government. In my discussions with the Vietnamese Vice President, I asked Vietnam to consider the possibility of increasing the basket of courses that are offered within the maritime discipline, and also to increase the number of students who are studying at the Maritime University. And the response from the Vietnamese was very positive, and our Department of International Cooperation and Relations has already been informed that additional scholarships will be offered to South African students next year. And it is important to note that UNISA School of Governance, which accompanied me on this trip, also signed a memorandum of understanding on cooperation with the Ho Chi Minh Political Academy, and it is expected that collaboration between the two institutions will further facilitate our efforts to secure training of South African students in Vietnam. And on our two countries established a partnership forum in 2004 to facilitate cooperation, and that cooperation is going extremely well. The students that I met in Vietnam are in high spirits. They are learning, and we went with them to the shipbuilding docks, and they were able, with great ease, to tell us how ships are built and how they are participating in that shipbuilding process. And I got convinced that the more students we can send there to go and learn about shipbuilding, the more we will be able to boost our own oceans economy. And that is precisely how our trip went. It was a very positive trip. And from there, if I may add, we also went to Singapore. And in Singapore, we're able to see how Singapore has become the leading port authority country in the world, and how they are able to utilize just that aspect of their own economy to generate a lot of economic growth in their economy. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Raputi.
Thank you very much, the Deputy President. It is our understanding that in your working visit, Memorandum of Understanding and Strengthening of Economic Ties were concluded, including the assessment of what skills Vietnam could offer, informed by your understanding of the human resource needs of our country. Given the high skills training that is being imparted, what plans are in place once these graduates return to South Africa that be integrated into laying the foundation of shipbuilding in our country? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have great plans for these young people who we're sending around the world, and may I add that we also have a cohort of these young people in Sweden who are doing their master's studies in the maritime world, and we expect that when they return, they will be able to gain employment in maritime sector of our economy, and be able to be active participants in our ocean economy efforts. And as we speak now, the oceans economy, Pakisa, is in great need of people who are well skilled in a variety of ocean economy disciplines. And we are expecting that those in Sweden, as soon as they come back, will become able to come back and play a role. Those in Vietnam should be qualifying by next year. They too will come back. And those in China, where we've sent some, will also return. And we're spreading these young people to as many countries as possible to go and learn disciplines and skills that are not immediately and readily available in South Africa. So we expect that when they come back, they'll play a role in our economy. And I forgot to mention those in Japan, because when I went to Japan, I also met quite a number of young people who are getting trained also in the oceans economy. So many of them are out there, and we expect them to come back to play a key role in our economy. Thank you.
The Honorable Kasim.
Mr. Deputy President, South Africa does not have a distinct demand for shipbuilding skills with only 2 registered ships in the country. Given the desperate lack of funds made available by your government for much needed skills development here at home, with our TVET college institutions and students being desperately neglected and underfunded, what are you doing to better fund and to fix the skills development crisis here at home?
The Honorable Deputy President.
The training that is being offered to our young people in a number of countries that are alluded to is on offer as scholarships from those countries. So we, in a way, if you like, are gaining from the generosity of our partners who gladly offer us these opportunities, because in a number of ways they know that we are dealing with a legacy, a horrible legacy of the past, where many of our people were denied the types of skills that we're sending young people to be trained in. Now, the Pakisa process in the oceans economy is beginning to demonstrate to us that much as the shipbuilding industry in our country once boomed and died, it can face resurgence. It can be rebooted. And in fact, as it is now, having started the Pakisa process, we're already building tugboats that we are exporting to other countries. And we're looking forward to reviving our boat manufacturing or our ship manufacturing process. And already a number of investors are very keen to participate in this. Now, our TVET colleges are centers where we want to train artisans, where we want to train young people to play an important role in various sectors of our country. Now, we are involved in a process of skilling our young people. And the money that we continue to pour into education in many, many ways is so huge. And much as we've encountered all these challenges and difficulties in the past year, we encounter them because the demand has been so huge, so big. Our young people are hungry for education. They are hungry to acquire skills. And we are responding to that. We are responding to that in a variety of ways, in sending them elsewhere to be trained, and also to training them in our TVET colleges, and indeed in our universities. Our response to the situation that young people have found themselves in is a rather positive one in a number of ways, in that where there's been a need to pour money, to make money available, we have lived up to do so. And we've even set up commissions and task teams that are addressing precisely this. A solution is going to be found to resolve this problem on a more long-term basis. So don't lose hope, don't lose heart. If you want to go and study at a TVET college, I'm sure you will find as a young person that you are still able to get a great deal of government assistance. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Hlengwa.
Ngiyathokoza Mthonyiswa Somlomo. Mr. Deputy President, as you've already alluded to the fact that this shipbuilding economy sector was once booming, it had to be scaled down, and in some instances it was discontinued. So to rely then on the generosity and the charity of other countries in terms of us rebuilding this economy, what concrete plans does the government have as part of Operation Pakisa to ensure that we cultivate these skills here at home? And secondly, that the people who are actually abroad, which we appreciate, that they come back and not go into the private sector only, but actually come in and transfer these skills to a broader selection of young people, so that we broaden the scope of people who can be able to contribute to the revival and the resurgence of what is actually an effective and efficient sector of the economy, given the coastline that South Africa has and the opportunities that are available. So what's the concrete plan? It's good and well to get the charity, but self-sustainability becomes part and parcel of the package if we're actually serious about the revival of this sector of the economy. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Hlengwa, having realized the real deep hunger amongst our young people to learn maritime studies, the Minister of Higher Education started realizing that we need to respond to this deep quest that many of our young people have. And he has asked a number, not only coastal universities, that is universities that are around our coast, he has asked a number of other universities and TVET to start looking at structuring courses that can give our young people skills, so that we don't only rely on you know, young people who go to Sweden, Japan, and China, and Vietnam. We also do our own thing here. And indeed, those young people who are getting master's degrees, and some of whom will even get PhDs, we would like to bring them back and bring them into the teaching fraternity so that they impart those skills. And you correctly say that we've got this endowment of 3,000 kilometers of coast, of sea around us, is something that we need to utilize to its maximum effect. And doing so means that we've got to have young people or people with great skills to be able to exploit what the seas or the oceans have in store in terms of wealth creation, job creation, and growing the economy and creating businesses and making sure that our young people do get skills. So we are focused on that. You want concrete plans, and I'm sure in time we'll be able to outline all the concrete plans. Now, at the Pakisa level, a number of such plans are being cooked up, if one can use that term. The investment potential is huge. And in fact, a number of commitments have been made, are being made even as we speak, by a number of companies and role players who are going to commit and committing real money to put into this sector of our economy. And with that will be the skills training process. And no doubt, like you, we would like part of those skills to be trained, to be created here and to be developed here in our own country. So all of this is working together to a very good end, or a good beginning, if one can put it that way. So we're not losing our attention on putting together real concrete plans to make sure that all this reaches good fruition. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Kubisa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, we must say that most of our young people, especially blacks, have not been exposed to maritime studies. Only of late, we've seen a cohort of women getting into maritime studies, and some of them becoming shipmasters. Of course, most of the schools that we have are housed within the mainstream universities or colleges, TVET colleges. Does the government have plans to have specialist schools or colleges that will deal specifically with maritime studies? And also, is there a program that will ensure that more women are exposed to maritime studies? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kubisa, many of the young people that I met who are doing these studies are women, young women, and I'm glad that you have even come across some of them who are like shipmasters, quartermasters, and all that. So young women are taking up to this maritime studies in a very, very big way, and I met them in all the countries where I have traveled. With regards to a dedicated learning facility or university or TVET college, I think that's an idea that I may not be aware of, but it appeals to me that we should have a focused institution that will just train young people in the various disciplines that have to do with the ocean economy. That is appealing. With the endowment we have of 3,000 kilometers of ocean, there's, in my view, no reason why we shouldn't have a university just focusing on maritime studies. So I would support it, I would advocate for it, and you may well, if it's not being done, that I'm not aware of, you may well have planted a very good idea, and I thank you very much for it. Thank you.
We now come to question number 25, asked by the Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable, the Deputy President.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, as I've stated in this House, the Cabinet, as I said, is still busy in a Cabinet meeting. They are still in a cabinet meeting. This is the last cabinet meeting, and I am very sorry to be missing it, but I am here. And they excused me, gave me permission to come here to answer your questions. Now, members of the executive are collectively and individually accountable to Parliament, both, Madam Speaker, in terms of the Constitution and in terms of the rules of the National Assembly. In my regular reports to Cabinet on the status of questions submitted to members of the executive, I have noted the significant improvement in responses by members of the executive to both oral and written questions. This is part of Cabinet's collective commitment to ensure that members of the executive fulfill their responsibility to account to this Parliament. The executive's relationship with the legislature is strengthened by the constructive exchanges between the two in the course of the fulfillment of their respective constitutional responsibilities. Members of the executive are acutely aware of the importance of Parliament's oversight of the exercise of the national executive authority and of any organ of state, and the role that tools such as the parliamentary questions play in such oversight. This is a matter that is constantly raised and discussed in the Cabinet. Ministers are encouraged to ensure that efficient systems and processes exist within their own departments to respond timeously and fully to the matters raised in Parliament. Parliamentary records show that in oral question sessions in 2016, for example, in 77% of cases, the minister concerned was present to answer questions. In 22% of cases, either the deputy minister or acting minister was present, and only in 3% of cases, neither was absent. It is important to note that while the number of questions put to ministers has increased significantly, the overall rate of reply has remained high. In 2009, over 2,000 written questions were put to ministers, while by the end of 2015, the total number exceeded 4,000. The proportion, that just shows the number of questions have been posed over the time. Now, the proportion of written questions answered each year has exceeded 95%. 95%. Government welcomes provisions in the new rules of the National Assembly to monitor replies to questions and take steps to attend to problems. Should Parliament determine that members of the executive are not responding sufficiently and promptly to matters raised in Parliament, Parliament may itself consider taking appropriate action against ministers, because in the end, ministers are responsible to this Parliament. The executive is responsible to this Parliament. So if Parliament is of the view that, yes, they are not living up to their responsibility, the matter should then be dealt with by Parliament. And Parliament, having discussed the matter, should then decide on what action it wishes to take against those members of the executive. I rest my case. Thank you.
The Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. Deputy President, you know, I take your line to say Parliament must take the appropriate action. Now, in the recent while, just 2 days ago at your memorial lecture, you said something, and I agree with it, because I'd like to quote it. It said, "Unity is not the same as closing ranks. Unity is not a conspiracy of silence in the face of misdeeds. Unity is not an excuse to avoid the difficult, painful questions that we need to ask ourselves. And I agree with you, Deputy President. My question is this, is that we could never actually sacrifice doing the right thing in the name of unity. We've seen many reports come here to Parliament, and when we speak about executive accountability, for example, the Secure and Comfort report, for example, in the State of Capture report, all of those reports end up in courts, and generally, the courts win against Parliament. Now, I want to understand more critically, and the courts find against Parliament, so relax. I want to know why the last time when you were there, when we sought to bring executive accountability through the measures that Parliament has, did your government come and vote in defense of corruption, patronage, for voting for JZ783 in the motion of no confidence? My question to you, Deputy President, is that in the light of that and in the light of the NEC discussion, would you have reviewed your decision and your vote in the vote of the motion of no confidence against JZ783 if we are serious about accountability? Thank you very much.
The Honorable, the Deputy President.
Madam Speaker, I answered the question and said, you know, on this issue of the accountability of members of the executive, it is not like we are helpless. It is not like we have no options. We have a parliament to which the executive must be accountable to. And this is an arm of the state that we should utilize to make sure that the executive is accountable. And if the matter is discussed here and it is not agreed to, you must accept that there is an issue called, or concept called democracy. There is a democratic decision that has been taken, and you should accept, if you've put a matter on the table and it is not successful, accept the decision of the majority. Now, that in itself does not mean that any one member of the executive should not be accountable to Parliament. They are accountable. And because we were all elected as representatives of our people, and we are accountable finally to our people, but our people decided that we should be configured in the way that we are. And if a decision does not favor you, you should not cry and say, no, why did it not favor me? It is a democratically arrived at decision. And that is my answer. Democracy rules, and one must accept it. You must not only want to accept it one way only.
The Honorable Hlengwa.
Somlom, Honorable Deputy President, earlier on you alluded to the fact that if you are a school principal, there would be certain things that would not happen in terms of the 9-point plan. I put it to you, Honorable Deputy President, that as the principal of Cabinet and leader of government business, you have some students in your class who are not performing, who come here and they give responses which are just not satisfactory and undermine what is being done here. Most often than not, questions are put genuinely seeking information, and ministers are flippant about in their responses and just have an I don't care attitude. At worst, then there are ministers who don't pitch. Minister of International Relations is never here. Minister of Sports and Recreation is never here. Minister of Basic Education is never here. The list is endless. So I ask you, Mr. Deputy, as the principal, what is it that you are going to do to crack the whip and ensure that ministers are here? Because really, it makes a mockery of what you want to do. Parliament, you've got members on both of the House who are willing to ask the questions, but ministers must meet us halfway. And quite frankly, it is not fair. So, Honorable Deputy President, I put it to you that whilst you say Parliament has got processes, I agree with you, but I think you need to lead from the front and there must be consequences. The question I want to ask is that of the report you have submitted, you surely have a list. Who are in the bottom 5 of the people who are misbehaving. You said you've got the report. It is time to name and shame. Give us the bottom 5 non-performers so we can be serious about consequence management. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This information, statistics that I read out, are readily available from the parliamentary records. That's where I got them from. When the question was posed, I asked my staff, I said, give me figures. And I said, I don't want our own figures. I want the figures from Parliament, because that to me is more authentic. It's not like a fudge coming from an executive member's office. And they gave me these figures. So these figures are there in the annals or the records of Parliament. So if you want to find the bottom 5, and I didn't check that, you can easily. You can easily know who is really at the bottom. But to be more serious about this, this is a matter that concerns all of us. It concerns the whippery of the governing party. It concerns me as a leader of government business, and it concerns those who have a responsibility for this. And clearly, in this regard, the chief whip of the ANC and I are dealing with this matter, are dealing with it to make sure that every member of the executive does live up to their responsibilities. And that we are serious about. And we will deal with it in a manner that we ensure that members of the executive do indeed live up to their responsibility. Let me just immediately also say, we've achieved a great deal of success with regard to the answering of questions, with regard to answering questions both here in the House and in the written way, by nudging and cajoling executive members to live up to their responsibilities. And we will continue to do so. That we will do on an ongoing basis, because people do need to be encouraged. And I've always believed that one of the greatest tools of management is enabling people to live up to their capabilities by nudging them, encouraging them. And it is only when they have demonstrated that they are doing it willfully and intentionally that you then apply punitive measures. Now, I have not seen any demonstration, including on some of the members that you have spoken about, that it is willful and that it is intentional. The day I realize that it is willful and intentional, the chief whip of the majority party and I will definitely deal with this matter. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Ranto.
Thank you, Deputy President. Are you worried? Are you intimidated by me? Thank you, Honorable Deputy President.
Order.
Deputy President, when assuming office...
Please proceed, Honorable Ranto.
Deputy President, when assuming office as a member of the executive, a member of the executive takes on a specific constitutional responsibilities and delegated responsibilities and functions. These are extended beyond Section 55, subsection 2 of the Constitution. Could the Deputy President, in his capacity as a leader of government business, explain to South Africans how, given the weight of different constitutional responsibility are at play, at any one time, you as the Deputy President has encouraged members of the executive to effect a harmonious balance in dealing with their responsibilities. Thank you, Deputy President.
Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, as I was indicating, on realizing that there were gaps and there were lapses, we have sought to encourage members of the executive to indeed live up to their responsibilities and to live up to their accountability to Parliament, and to make sure that we do take Parliament seriously and we do respond to questions that are posed by members of Parliament, and make sure that we do attend in Parliament. This very morning in the cabinet meeting, it is precisely the question that we dealt with, that I raised as well, and raised the issue of lapses and gaps in attendance in the House by members of the executive. So we deal with this on an ongoing basis. And as I was saying, I see my role as being that of encouraging members to live up to their responsibilities, and also cajoling them and showing them and demonstrating to them that it is important that Parliament be taken seriously as we would like to take Parliament as well. That when members of Parliament speak, when they raise questions, we should be able to listen very carefully and answer and respond to their questions. And so therefore, that level of encouragement is ongoing. And in the end, I have seen a great deal of improvement, and expect that I will continue seeing an improvement in the performance of members of the executive. So we will continue working at it, Madam Speaker, and make sure that we make you proud as the Speaker of our Parliament, and make sure that when you oversee the proceedings of Parliament and you call us to order, we are indeed making you proud in everything that you are doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Mente.
Nkosi Speaker, Deputy President, i-question yam izawuba lula kakhulu. Njengoko i-constitution yethu ilungiselela abantu nokuba abantu bahlonipheke, and nokuba abantu bonke abazi-MPs, abazi-ministers, nawe no-president, kufanele sihloniphe umthetho. And kufuneke singaxoki, because safunga ukubana ngaba angeke sixoke, especially xa sikwezi zindlu, le ndlu ne-NCOP. Now, upresident ebeye e-NCOP, e-NCOP ufike wabuzwa umbuzo nge-state of capture report. Impendulo yakhe ibe kukuba akhange alifumane ixesha, that then uThuli Madonsela khange amnike ixesha elaneleyo ukubana ngaba anikeze impendulo. Iye yaphinda yafumaneka ke ngoku into kokuba ebelinikiwe ixesha and uphendulile. So uthini ke ngoku ngomuntu ongumongameli oxokayo kwezi zindlu zeParlamente abe engumongameli welizwe?
The Honorable the Deputy President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lungu lale Parliament elibalulekile. Ndizawuthi kuwe uPresident walelizwe unokufika apha ame phaya kule podium aphendule imibuzo. Manje mina bendingekho ngaleli xesha ethetha phaya ku-NCOP, nyani bendingekho, khange ndive nokuthi uyiphendule njani loo nto. So mna ke ngoba kwangathi wena ufuna ukwazi ukuthi wayexoka okanye wayethetha inyani na. So bendizawuthi ngale mini azawufika apha futhi ube khona apha kule ndlu, ngoba ngamanye amaxesha awubikho apha. Bendizawuthi ube khona, ungabuzi umbuzo kumongameli through abanye abantu, umbuze wena straight.
Point of order, Chair.
What's the point of order?
I think the Deputy President is qualified to keep his job. Congratulations.
Honorable Deputy President, were you done?
No, I wasn't done. Bendizawuthi kodwa ke andinawufuna uku-extracta i-promise apha kuwe ukuthi uzawuba khona. Xa ekhona umongameli, kodwa ke uvile ukuthi ndithini mina. Ndizaze ndimxelele futhi ukuthi ukhona umuntu ofuna ukukubuza umbuzo. Ufuna ukukubuza umbuzo and kwangathi uzawuba khona ngale mini mawuzophendula imibuzo. Upresident uzawuba khona kulonyaka ozayo. Bendizawuthi umbuze ureserve ke lo mbuzo. Nami ndizawubhala phansi ukuthi ndihlale ndikhumbula ukuthi ndimxelele ukuthi ukhona lo mbuzo, ukhona umuntu onjengawe ozawubuza lo mbuzo. Ndiyabulela Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Now, I'm raising on explanation, rule of explanation.
No. You have no, there is.
No, the Deputy President did not answer.
Yeah, no. Honorable Member.
He is head of governance.
Honorable-
He cannot pass a question over to someone else. I'm asking
Honorable
him
Member.
as a head of governance.
Honorable
he
Member.
must whip his president. He must not lie.
Honorable Member, that's not allowed. Honorable members, that's not allowed. Yes. Deputy President, the next question is asked by Honorable Phumzile Bengu. Kombe. Yebo. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While we have made great progress over the past few years in prevention, treatment, care, and support, new HIV infections amongst adolescent girls and young women remain persistently high in quite a worrying manner. As government, we are dedicating a lot of attention and resources to this age group through a number of programs. In addition, government and development partners that work with us in this area provide resources for a wide range of NGOs with expertise and experience in working with girls and young women. In June this year, we launched a government-wide and society-wide campaign known as She Conquers. This campaign, She Conquers, seeks to reduce new HIV infections. It also seeks to reduce teenage pregnancies. It is also focused on keeping young girls in school until matric at least, to stop gender-based violence and increase economic opportunities for young people. This multi-sectoral campaign brings together interventions by government, by civil society, by the private sector, and development partners under a coherent framework to holistically address the various factors that place young people at risk of contracting HIV. Through this initiative, adolescent girls and young women will receive an integrated comprehensive package of biomedical, behavioral change, as well as structural interventions. Prevention programs are aimed at shifting attitudes and behavior in communities. Post-violence care interventions include support by Tutuzela care centers and support victims of gender-based and sexual violence, as well as victims of intimate partner violence at domestic violence courts. As part of the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, the Department of Women, supported by other government departments, is currently conducting national dialogues to raise awareness of the seriousness of violence among South Africans. These dialogues provide a platform for men and women across the country to share their stories and also to get engaged in conversation on ways to uproot the scourge of violence in our society. On the whole, it is evidence that there is a lot that government, supported by its partners, is doing in the area of tackling the challenge of HIV and gender-based violence. The programs will only have an impact, a real impact, if we as society take responsibility for the well-being of all young girls and women in our country. Any investment in programs that ensure that they attain their full potential will secure a much better future, full of opportunities for all these young women. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Bengu Kombe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Deputy President, for such an insightful, informative, and empowering response to my question. Surely, this requires a collective societal response and responsibility by all of us. So what in your opinion, Deputy President, is a critical role that should be played by the families, communities, traditional and various community leaders in fighting the scourge of HIV/AIDS and violence against women and young girls? Is the government encouraging them to take up campaigns on these challenges? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Deputy President.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. What really is required with regards to fighting the scourge of HIV in our country is that all of us must regard it as our responsibility to raise the level of awareness, particularly amongst adolescent girls and young women who are the most exposed, and where we are finding that the number of infections are growing at about 2,000 a week. We need to be raising that awareness to get young people to be responsible with their own sexuality, be responsible in as far as ensuring that they use condoms. I haven't got any today. That they use condoms, and they become aware of the dangers of participating in sexual activity, particularly with older men, because it is with older men that we're finding that the spread of the HIV virus is spreading much more amongst young girls and young women. Young adolescent girls from about 13 years to 24 are the ones who are most exposed. So what we need to do as communities is to raise the level of awareness, to talk about AIDS, and as parents to also find the courage to talk about HIV in the home to our children and not be shy to discuss these matters, and to stress that young people should condomize, and not only young people, that people who are sexually active should condomize. And we found that the condom that I displayed here in Parliament has become so popular amongst young people. They are continuing to ask for it on an ongoing basis. And we need to be spreading the message that condom usage for people who participate in sexual activity is the safest way to ensure that they do not contract the disease. But the other message that we should be spreading, Honorable Member, is that we should get rid of stigma. There is still quite a lot of stigma in our communities. People who are infected by HIV are still stigmatized, they are still ostracized, they are still discriminated against. That is a message that we need to put across there. We also need to be tolerant towards people who are either sex workers, towards people who belong to the LGBT community. That is something that we need to do consciously and embrace them, because they are just as South Africans as we are. They are just as human beings as we are. So if we can utilize all those approaches and interventions towards all those people who are infected and those who are at risk, we will find that we reduce the incidence and infections of HIV as much as possible. And of course, the other one we should talk about is tuberculosis, because tuberculosis and HIV are twin diseases. They go together. Now, our objective is to reduce HIV and tuberculosis as much as possible. But it is something that we need to be talking about. And I always say that as leaders must be brave enough when they get on public platforms to talk about HIV, because it is when we talk about it that we spread the word and reduce the incidence of HIV. It should not just be a few people who talk about it, it should be all of us. And all of us who are in this house are leaders and take to public platforms. That's what we need to do to reduce HIV infections. Thank you very much.
Honorable Majeke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, violence against women and children is one of the most pervasive violations of human rights in our country. Also lists prosecuted crimes which threatens peace and development. Adding to this is violence against young women who are forcefully married before the age of 18. Question is, what plans does your office have to make sure justice is done to punish these perpetrators, sending a strong message to ensure that it has an effective deterrent effect on potential perpetrators? Thank you.
Deputy President.
Clearly, incidents of violence against women and children is something that we should abhor and we should take strong action against. And I'm glad to say that our government has taken this up in quite a serious manner, and we continue to see the perpetrators of these heinous crimes are being brought to book, they are being punished, and obviously we need to see more and more of that happening. But on an overall basis, we actually want to see their elimination, that we should eliminate violence against women and children. And that too we do through raising awareness, through talking about these matters, and also focusing on those who are likely to perpetrate these types of acts. Now, on World AIDS Day, we were meant to go and talk at a hostel to a group of men. It never really happened. But we are going to be doing that as well from the SANAC point of view, that we should also focus on men, because men do need a level of assistance and focus as well. So we'll be taking quite a number of interventions through SANAC to focus on those who are likely to participate in these types of deeds. So through interventions like that, going to them, having conversations with them, we're able to. I'm glad to say that as part of SANAC, we've got a number of structures that are made up of organizations that focus on men. And some of them have started campaigns that say something like, not in my name, not in our name. And so therefore, more and more men are coming to the fore and saying, must never do this in our name, and encouraging other men to participate and spreading the word. And I think it is through spreading the word, embarking on a number of innovative campaigns, that we will be able to discourage many men in our country from perpetrating violence against young children and women. Thank you very much.
Honorable Tarabella Machesi.
Ndiyabulela Sisekelo Samlomo. Deputy President, South Africa is one of the most violent nations in the world, with a shocking number of 142 sexual offenses being reported daily. The Civilian Secretariat for Police found out that 145 police stations, within 145 police stations, only 2 were fully compliant with the Domestic Violence Act. Honorable Deputy President, this leaves us with only 1.4% of police stations who fully comply with the legislation to ensure that victims of violence and abuse are seen in victim-friendly rooms. Surely you'll agree, Deputy President, 1.4% is not enough to ensure the safety of our women and children. Therefore, the question is, Deputy President, what will government be doing to rectify this inhumane breach? And how can we urge our women and children to come forward and speak up if we do not have a safe environment to do so? Thank you.
Deputy President.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I could not agree more. Where I have found in police stations facilities where women and children can go and report and have these matters discussed with police officers, and where I have found police officers completely dedicated to this type of task, I have found that they are able to deal with incidents of violence against women and children much more effectively, with a level of compassion, a level of understanding, and it almost becomes an oasis where reporting does happen and action is then taken. So I couldn't agree more. We need to spread them more, and I think it's a question of having sufficient resources. I think the intention and the will is there within the South African Police Service. It's a question of ensuring that they should be spread. The percentage is low. I'm fully aware of that. We do need to spread them and add to them in large measures, particularly in more vulnerable communities where women and children are much more exposed than in others. So I agree with you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mishwe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy President, the first 6 to 10 years of the Democratic Parliament, whenever government spoke on the issue of preventing new HIV/AIDS infections, you always highlighted the importance of applying the ABC strategy. I've noticed that even as you spoke today about the programs that government has in place, you did not say anything about that. And it has been a trend over a number of years lately that government has not said anything about this strategy that you were emphasizing in the first 6 to 10 years of the new democracy. Now, what I want to know from the president is, if you believed, as then you did say, that the strategy that was used successfully in Uganda is going to help South Africa. Now it seems that a turnaround has come about, a change has come about. So I want to know what has caused government to drop a program that they used to boast and talk a lot about in the past. I heard the president, deputy president again say that there are young people who have listened to him so well as he was popularizing condoms. Now, if the president is aware that young people are so influenced by what the deputy president is saying, why are you not popularizing the ABC strategy that has worked in Uganda?
Deputy President.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to say to our Honorable Meshwe that if you were able to have time to come to some of the youth expos that we hold, you would have heard me talk about ABC. I still stress ABC when I talk to young people. Possibly it is in these hallowed walls that I discount the A, because I know that here A does not mean anything, because everybody possibly participates. But when we talk to young people, possibly, when we talk to young people, we still stress the ABC. And the message that we put across is you should abstain. You should abstain because it is much nicer when you are older. So leave it for now, abstain, and participate only when you are older. That is when you will enjoy it best. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that concludes questions to the Deputy President. Thank you, Deputy President. The next item on the paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we move that this House approves the draft notice and schedule received from the President dated the 5th of December 2016, determining the rate at which salaries and allowances or benefits are payable to magistrates annually, with effect from the 1st April 2016, in terms of Section 12(1)(a) of the Magistrate Act, as amended by Section 3 of the Judicial Officers Amendment of Conditions of Service Act, number 28 of 2003. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. Honorable members, we now come to the last item on the paper, which is farewell speeches. The Honorable Speaker. Sorry? Sorry, Mr. Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. I want to suggest that we proceed because the Speaker is not there. It's not like she's going to say anything meaningful.
Honorable member, take your seat. I don't know why you're speaking. I didn't recognize you. You can't
Can
just
you
talk.
please recognize me?
Yeah, wait a minute.
And please recognize me.
Honorable members, I go to the next speaker on the list, and that the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Deputy Speaker.
Order, honorable members, order.
Let me begin by thanking all of those people behind the scenes who keep our Parliament running. The ushers, the translators, the chamber staff, and those who keep this chamber looking beautiful. Allow me to also extend, once again, a very big thank you to the National Assembly table team for their hard work, their long hours, and their dedication to our institution that we are all so proud to work in. I would also specifically like to thank Mr. Imbulela Kaso, Mr. Colin Mshlangu, and Mr. Andrew Mbanjwa, as well as the officers, for their patience and unfailing willingness to always assist. I'd also like to thank the chief whips of the other opposition parties, notably Mr. Shivambu, Mr. Singh, Dr. Mulder, Mr. Nkwankwa, Professor Kubisa, Mrs. Dudley, and Mr. Inchaisa for their good spirit, hard work, and the terrific cooperation that the opposition has enjoyed this year. Forgive me if I break with tradition this year. Chief Whip, I want to specifically thank you and to pay tribute to you for your role and your approach, as well as the tremendous courage that you've shown this year. You fight your party corner with vigor, but your simultaneous willingness to listen to other parties, and above all, to be able to disagree without being disagreeable, has heralded a new era of relations in the whippery of our Parliament. Sir, we have opposed each other vehemently on a range of issues, but I want to acknowledge you and your Deputy Chief Whip Honourable Dlakude as worthy opponents, and thank you both for your efforts this year. Nobody can deny that 2016 has been an extremely challenging year for South Africa and a particularly difficult year for our Parliament. We have faced economic uncertainty with the spectre of ratings downgrades that have hung over our head for most of this year. We've also seen unprecedented violence break out in our institutions of higher learning, where libraries have been burnt, vicious assaults taken place, damage to public property, and an academic year that has been disrupted. Our schools in places like Vawani were also not spared. We've been through a local government election this year that has broken the logjam in South African politics, leading to more fluidity and greater contestation in our politics. We've also sadly seen more and more of our countrymen and women join the unemployment lines as our economic growth has faltered and our economy has stumbled. There will sadly be very little Christmas cheer for too many families who do not have the dignity of work. But perhaps 2016 will be remembered more for the heightening of racial incidents in our country. We opened the year with the reprehensible and racist comments of Penny Sparrow on Facebook. Throughout the year, we have witnessed racist incidents and racial intolerance, lurching from calls for the killing of people on university campuses to the stomach-churning coffin incident to talk of genocide and eradication. There is a daily barrage of racial intolerance, prejudice, and incitement on violence on our social media platforms. It is right that we condemn these acts. We must condemn them because they have no place in our democracy. What has been hard to witness, though, is how the utterance of any one of these single repugnant individuals is thereafter used to somehow justify the comments of the other. Like the vile racist utterance of one somehow provides acceptable camouflage for the other, all the while spiraling further and further into the depths of hurtful disgrace and dishonor. These incidents only prove what we already know. South Africa today remains a deeply divided and unequal society, still struggling with deep scars and unhealed wounds from our painful past and policies that systematically divided our nation for far too long. The challenge for all of us, no matter our party, our color, or our creed, is surely to work harder to eradicate racism and racial prejudice in our organizations and institutions, and to bind these wounds caused by years of pain and prejudice. It is very easy to feel hard done by, bitter, angry, and excluded in South Africa today, no matter your race. And you will probably be correct for different reasons. But the burden and challenge for each of us and in our communities, no matter where we are, must be to rise above this and to work harder to actually be the change we want to see. Because South Africa, we can carry on down this destructive path of deepening division and polarization, retreating further into our lagers of race, language, ethnicity, and culture. We can pit black against white, Muslim against Jew, Afrikaner against English, Xhosa against Zulu. But history has witnessed the world over the terrible destination of this path of division and hate. And as we lift our eyes to the further horizons of world politics, we have seen firsthand the re-emergence of ugly, narrow politics of hate and fear. Politicians who cynically play up to the very worst of their supporters' fears of immigration, of marginalization, and of insular exclusion. They are defying expectations, triumphing in elections, and winning referendums. Our job as leaders here in South Africa must surely be to strike out on a different path. We must, as leaders, reject the exclusionary politics of fear and hate, and instead preach and practice the inclusionary politics of hope and reconciliation to our supporters. We must at all times appeal to the best of our people, not pander to the worst of them. The most revered and remembered leaders of the modern age are not those leaders who play to the base fears of their supporters, but instead those who challenge their supporters to imagine a different world. one beyond the narrow confines of their own fear, self-interest, and prejudice. Our daily mission as leaders in this country must be to actively seek out wrong and do our very best to right it. To work tirelessly every day to bridge the deep inequalities that still exist and to alleviate the suffering of too many of our people, and to tear down relentlessly the barriers that separate us. We must, each of us, play our part in building a better South Africa. But we can never achieve this if we mobilize and incite our supporters against each other with inflammatory language, hatred, and prejudice. We need to carry with us each day, etched upon our hearts, the words of our nation's founding father, Nelson Mandela, who taught us so many lessons about reconciliation, tolerance, and the rejection of violence. And he said, I quote, "No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. People must learn to hate. And if they can learn to hate, then they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite," unquote. Nobody can predict for sure what 27 will face and the challenge that we will face. Our country has been through very difficult times before, and we will go through difficult times again. But I know one thing for sure, and that's that the only time we've ever been able to stand up against those challenges and beat them is when we've stood together as a nation. We truly are stronger and better together. And that is what is even more encouraging, is that the majority of South Africans want to work together regardless of race. And a recent Institute of Race Relations report has shown that far from being hostile towards one another, most South Africans, black and white, occupy a pragmatic middle ground on race relations. The overwhelming majority of both groups believe they need to be together for progress to be made. And that brings me back to the role of this Parliament, which is so uniquely positioned to reflect the kind of country we actually want to be. It is a real microcosm of our country, representing every conceivable permutation of the rich tapestry that is South Africa. On these benches, sitting alongside each other, are white and black, Muslim and Jew, communist and Democrat, liberal and conservative. So different from each other, with different experiences, ideas, and opinions. Yet the thing that binds us all together is the fact that each of us live in the special country on the southernmost tip of the continent, and we all serve her together. This Parliament should always set the tone and lead for our nation to follow, never forgetting its unique ability and responsibility to demonstrate and promote reconciliation, heal the divisions of the past, and drive our country to greatness. A time is coming in our politics where those of us who truly love South Africa and its constitution will be called upon to work much more closely together than ever before. The seeds of this cooperation have already been sowed. 2017 will be no less intense politically, and we must guard against the language and conduct in this House that reverses the much more important project that we all know we are engaged in. May I, in the season of peace and goodwill, take this opportunity to wish all of you and your parties and your loved ones well over the festive season. We look forward to seeing you all in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable the Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, we close a few days after the ashes of Comrade Fidel were left in his final resting place. I've chosen this opportunity of farewell speeches to utilize this moment as our salute as a parliament to Fidel. As people's representatives, because we have to reflect on the significance of his life. He was one of a kind. If it was not for his brand of leadership, we South Africans would not have been enjoying freedom now. For it was his role as the commander-in-chief of the Cuban Armed Forces, his decision to send the Cuban soldiers to help the Angolan and Namibian forces to fight and defeat the South African Defense Force. This was finally achieved in the Battle of Quito Cuanavale, and Southern Africa got its freedom. Fidel's leadership has left humanity a legacy of internationalism that was visionary and selfless in an unmatched way in the world. We who remain must pick up his pen to spread the values he lived by, to influence the next generation of leaders, to infuse those values into the way we mold how a better world from now on into the future can look like. This Parliament did not only mark the 20th anniversary of Quito Cuanavale through a series of seminars here in Parliament back in 2008. Parliament also honored the role of those who fought and fell in Angola. A multi-party delegation, including a chief whip of the DA, by the way, of that time, went to Angola, to Quito Cuanavale. We learned that the South African Defense Force had left land mines which continued to harm and kill Angolans. And the speaker then requested South Africa to attend to that matter because Angolans were dying. We're continuing to die 20 years after the war, the battle in particular of Quito Cuanavale. And he said, South Africa is one of 2 countries well known in the world for demining skills. And the Angolans are requesting that we assist them to demine the area in Quito Cuanavale. And I'm saying to effectively salute Commander-in-Chief Fidel, we must pursue the responsibility to put South Africa's internationally acclaimed demining skills to good use in Angola. A commitment to this outstanding task and the implementation thereof will be the best tribute to Fidel's life and leadership. We salute you, Fidel. Rest in peace. Honorable members, I use this opportunity to thank all of us for our role in 2016. It was a short but very intense year. And I think everybody deserves to go home, spend time with family and friends, re-energize, and come back refreshed and renewed. I wish to thank you and thank the Chief Whip of the Opposition for his speech. Thank you very much.
Honorable Shivambo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Perhaps 2016 represents a turning point in South Africa's constitutional democracy, mostly due to the ruling of the Constitutional Court, which was delivered on the 31st of March, on the case that was brought by the economic freedom fighters against the Speaker of the National Assembly and the President. That judgment said that the President failed to uphold, respect, and defend the Constitution. It also said that the National Assembly failed to hold the President accountable as is required by the Constitution. It also reaffirmed the powers of the public protector, a very important instrument in South Africa's constitutional democracy. But it also instructed the President to personally pay back the money which we had said he must pay and will pay when we arrived here in Parliament. And he did so because the EFF said he must pay back that money. But also it has exposed a lacuna that exists in South Africa's constitutional democracy. We do not have proper mechanism to hold a president accountable even when they've acted on the other side of the law. And that is one lacuna that must be filled up because there are no proper mechanisms. It's just an issue that gets subjected to a vote, and a narrow majoritarian aptitude is taken to defend a president without a due process. It's one of the things that has been highlighted, but also we think that 2016 was significant because in the local government elections, the ruling party got less than 54% of the vote, meaning that we are getting closer to taking them out of power. Because in the EFF, it's unapologetic that our ambition and mission is to take the ruling party, the liberation movement, out of power for its failure to deliver better services to our people, to bring about economic freedom in our lifetime. And it's good that now in South Africa, there's beginning to be some sense of balance in terms of who governs the sub-national states at the provincial and local level, and it must intensify that particular program. But the low part of 2016 is the fact that we came here as the economic freedom fighters to present a framework and a plan on how we must repeal all apartheid legislation. And the ruling party did not only vote against that proposed process, the ruling party stood here to justify apartheid legislation, justify the Righteous Assemblies Act in terms of how it must continue to be utilized in the post-democratic dispensation, a law that was utilized to suppress and criminalize the Freedom Charter. That is what 2016 has been all about, but we want to assure the people of South Africa that the EFF is still here. And we want to specifically thank the 1.2 million South Africans who gave us the 2.4 million votes in the local government elections. We are speaking today, 3 years into existence as the EFF, we've got 836 councillors. We've got 836 public representatives at the local state who continue to advocate for economic freedom. So to us, 2016 was that significant because it has illustrated that the EFF is here to stay. And we want to assure the people of South Africa that 2017 will be even a better year. There are so many things that are going to get better here in South Africa in 2017. This parliament is going to be much more vibrant because of the EFF in 2017. The EFF will be there, but we want to take this opportunity lastly to wish all South Africans, the MPs here, all of them, including the ANC ones, a safe and sound festive season. Happy Christmas, Happy New Year. But we want to call on all Bareki to spend their money wisely. They must not spend it in useless activities. They must prepare for the next year. Make sure that they take their children to school. And lastly, we want to call on the students, when 2017 begins, you must continue the struggle to demand fee-free education for all, because that is a cornerstone for economic freedom in our lifetime. Thank you very much.
Honorable Tillers.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, our Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the National Assembly. I've often affirmed that the IFP will support government where government does the right thing, and we will support the President when the President does the right thing. But when they don't, we will speak truth to power and loudly oppose it. Unfortunately, this has been a year of almost non-stop speaking truth to power. 2016 has been a tough year for the National Assembly, often marked by frustration and distraction. There has been anger and animosity, and much has been said about the President, both from the opposition benches as well as within his own party. But behind all the laments over the state of our country and its leadership lies a deep patriotism. It is not out of hatred for the President that we speak. Those who seek what is best for South Africa are not enemies of the President, but patriots who are concerned about our nation's future. Thus, as we enter now into a time of peace, commemorating the birth of the Prince of Peace, let there be peace between us. Let us look at one another as fellow patriots, not as enemies. Over this festive season, let us spend time praying for our country. Looking back on 2016, we recall some great losses, including former Minister, the Honorable Makenkesi Stofile, the Honorable Dean Smarts, the Honorable Mr. Clarence Makwetu. We also remember great celebrations, including the 80th birthday of the Honorable Mrs. Madikizela Mandela, and of course the wedding of our Honorable Speaker. 2016 was a year of big decisions, including South Africa's withdrawal from the International Criminal Court, but it was also a year of avoiding decisions, which has kept the unaffordable nuclear spend on the table, as well as prolonging the debacle on the SABC. One thing we have learned in 2016 is that when we work together, remarkable good is achieved. This year's greatest achievement is undoubtedly the victory for medical innovation. We honor the late Honorable Dr. Oriani Ambrosini, who opened the door, and we thank everyone in this House for walking through it. May 2016 be remembered not only as a year of economic decline, political skullduggery, and growing corruption, but as the year that we as MPs fought for the health of our nation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, both in this House and committees, the IFP remains the voice of reason. Despite Parliament providing the research, legal research rather, assistance to smaller parties, we have contributed wisdom to every debate. And we do this for the sake of the country we love and a nation that has asked us to serve. On behalf of the IFP, I wish us all a healthy and peaceful festive season. Thank you.
Honorable Kubisa.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the time of the year has come where families unite in shared fellowship, a time of friendship, warmth, rest, and peace. It is also a time of the year when the vast majority of South Africans will be celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ, who gave the world his gifts of grace, salvation, forgiveness, and hope. We trust that this message of love and compassion will reawaken in our hearts a sense of kindness and humility and a desire to live in harmony with each other and gracious giving to our fellow brothers and sisters, especially those who are in lack. However, Deputy Speaker, we cannot walk away from 2016 without taking a last look upon it. It has been a year with ups and downs, but all when said and done, we're thankful that all efforts and actions were geared towards nation building. We need to intensify our efforts to fight poverty and creating an environment which is conducive to job creation, and we've seen valiant attempts to hold the executive to account for the taxpayers' funds allocated to it. Some of these efforts were successful, others were not. At times we exchanged strong words, but there is no harm in that. We have to be robust because politics is a space of contestation, and we are all here to make sure that the voice of the people is heard loud and clear. During the year, we also learned various lessons and some inconvenient truths. Our economy is underperforming. In fact, our economy remains in the grip of political contestation, which severely impacts negative on our ability to engineer economic growth, and the shenanigans of the National Prosecuting Authority have contributed to our economic woes. We've also seen that corruption levels have increased and are flourishing because of a serious lack of sound financial control in some of the department and state-owned entities. High unemployment continues to haunt us, and poverty levels are increasing slowly but surely. We need to consolidate our efforts to fight the scourge of poverty. Bearing in mind these inconvenient truths, regardless of our ideological differences and our actions and engagements, what should come first is the plight of our people. We cannot turn a blind eye to the pressures of poverty, hunger, unemployment, and other ravages of social deprivation and economic constraints which they have to face on a daily basis. For many, this will not be a time of festivities and joy, for they will continue to be hungry, to be poor, and to be neglected by a society which is becoming uncaring. We can change that if we unite in a common purpose and common concern for the people, if we put our differences aside and hold hands to help build a better 2017 for all our people.
Thank you very much.
The National Freedom Party wishes everyone a happy Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Speaker, and all of us and honorable members, thank you so much.
Honorable Kwankwa. Thank you, Deputy Speaker and honorable members. Pema kaya kolango mitu tweli mpahla ya hambu mamchao. Sauti ngoku sitweli mpahla zya hambi MPs. On behalf of the United Democratic Movement, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone, both from the opposition and in the ruling party, for their hard work and spirit of cooperation during the year 2016. Colleagues, working together, we have demonstrated that we are capable and even stronger than the sum total of challenges that faced us this year. However, I must be the first one to admit that there were many times that we allowed our differences, which are more imagined than real, which are in no way sinister, to stand in the way of us building a South Africa in which we all look forward to the sunrise of our tomorrow. During this time, for instance, as a parliament, we tended to be inwardly focused, fighting among ourselves about issues that at times largely had little to do with the betterment of the lives of the people of South Africa. Nowhere was this more evident than during the Fees Must Fall campaign, where instead of working together, where instead of pulling together towards the same direction, we allowed our students not to allow us to play part in forwarding their cause of free higher education. This disconnect between us as public representatives should worry us and the people of South Africa. It should compel us to double our efforts towards building a parliament in 2017 that is truly responsive to the needs of the people of South Africa. As I do this, I wish to also remind us that every time we bicker and fight about something that in the bigger scheme of things is insignificant, maybe we should draw wisdom from John Knox Bokwe's plea for Africa. Borrowing his words, I say, when we debate matters in this House, we should give a thought to the people of South Africa, because beneath the burning sun, there are lots of weary hearts waiting for us to provide leadership to them and to provide solutions to their problems instead of fighting among ourselves. As we do so, I wish to say, reiterate that as members of Parliament, as leaders, people of South Africa, we all have a responsibility to build a South Africa in which we all look forward to the sunrise of our tomorrow. I wish to take this opportunity to wish all of you a splendiferous festive season, and a prosperous new year. Siyabulela.
Thank you. Honorable Mishra.
Deputy Speaker, we have finally come to the end of a busy parliamentary session that was full of surprises, embarrassments, successes, and disappointments in a year that seems to have gone very fast. On behalf of the ACDP, I wish to convey my best wishes to all honorable members, and also wish that they have a refreshing time of rest with their families, and trust that they will use these coming holidays to reflect on what people are saying about debates and the behavior of members of parliament in this house, and then prepare positive responses to criticisms that are leveled against us. There are a few choices we must make for the decorum and dignity of this house to be restored. And firstly, I want to propose that we choose to respect one another in spite of different positions on policy. It is unbecoming for members to insult, demean, and humiliate one another because of political differences. The ACDP does not want to see tensions and confrontations in this house escalate to political violence by criminals who are waiting for an excuse to pounce on their political opponents. I want to appeal, as I've done before, to all members that we should not undermine the respect that nations of the world have for South Africa because of our inability to forgive and reconcile. This parliament is expected to lead by example in nation-building programs, and nations of the world are watching South Africa. Secondly, we must choose to respect the rules, procedures, and structures of parliament. If we are not happy with certain rules, then we should formally make proposals for changes to the appropriate forums in parliament and not undermine existing ones. As we are going into recess, I want to once more plead with honorable members to reflect on what happened in this house and to decide whether they want to continue with the disrespect we have seen or whether we are going to be part of the solution that will restore the credibility and dignity of this house. When King Solomon was given an opportunity to ask something from God, he asked two things. First Kings 3:9 tells us that he asked for wisdom to govern God's people righteously. And secondly, he asked for a discerning heart to distinguish between right and wrong. I therefore challenge members to ask God for wisdom to govern and treat God's people justly, and to ask him for the ability to distinguish between right and wrong with the intention of doing right before him and all our people. May the Lord bless and keep you, members of parliament, throughout the recess period. And may you and your loved ones have a blessed Christmas and a prosperous new year. I pray for your peace. Thank you.
Honorable Madisha. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We rise to thank all members and in particular members of staff for having worked extremely hard throughout. Now, as we end this session, we need to ask ourselves numerous questions. Have we succeeded to deliver what South Africans, the people who sent us here, expected of us? I rise to say, Honorable Deputy President, through you, Deputy Speaker, that no, we haven't. That because hunger and unemployment have risen. Poverty amongst the working class and the poor of our country has and continues to rise. Intra and inter-organizational and racial hatred are growing daily. Government corruption grows daily and has been proven either in courts and by the public protector. We have all these kind of problems. And if we've got to move and make sure that we do succeed, then we indeed have got to move and do that which we said has or had to be done. All that we do today is to rise through you, Deputy Speaker, to my Deputy President, and everyone here present, all members. All that we do is to rise and say, this is what Nelson Mandela said, etc., etc. But that does not take us forward. We rise and say, this is what the manifestos said, etc. That does not take us forward. All that we need to do is to say, here are the problems that the people of our country are faced with. The children in our schools, the students out there that are faced with all these momentous challenges, and their parents, etc., are unable to pay because the working class and the poor people of our country in particular are unable to survive. Hence, I rise to say, Deputy President, through you, my Honorable Deputy Speaker, that we have not succeeded, and when we come back next year, all these kind of momentous challenges that one has raised have got to be dealt with by hook or crook, or we're not getting anywhere altogether. But please go and rest, and we hope more shall be attained. Thank you very much.
Honorable Jafta, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it must differ a bit from what the Honorable Speaker has said, and say this has been too long a year, much interesting and full of new experiences, to which even the seasoned members of this parliament were never exposed. Our democracy deepened, and that has been proven by the political maturity the citizens of this country have shown in the recent local government elections on the 3rd August this year. Honestly, many did not believe that the unexpected could happen, but it really did. The country had to witness the inevitable decline of support for some political parties, which many considered as everlasting. While on the other hand, some like the AIC showed their undisturbed, steady and sure growth. Really, the South African politics were very much interesting inside and outside the country. As we depart today to our various constituencies and provinces, only to meet again next year, on behalf of the AIC, I want to join all those speakers and colleagues before me and wish every member and official of this parliament the best for the end of 2016. I also want to urge members of this House that we must focus more on the positive achievements we made this year as the parliament, so as to remain optimistic about the future of our country. Yes, we need to give attention also to the negative side of our performance, but with the intentions of improving where we did not do well. For the whole nation is looking at us for its future. Honorable Deputy Chair, we must then all go home and meet again next year. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Promamo.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, Ke nyaka go botša mme gore mo nna today o mme a o bona a lebele ka speaker. And mme re a o leboga mmereko o berekileng wa hao. O berekile mmereko mo botse mme. Deputy Speaker, ne ke kgopela re ko botše gore mogolo wa ka re tlo mmisa Afrikaans ya hao yo o ratang o e bua ka mara parlamente. Ntate Vesthuizen, ke a tseba ra o tsebe Sesotho mogolo wa ka, mara ke kgopela re ko botše gore we learn a lot. We truly learn a lot from your comments and your arguments in this parliament. Se ke nyaka go le botša batho ba iso gore ka moka rena re bana ba motho. It doesn't matter we come from different political parties. But what is important, this democracy, ke a rena ba botlhe re bana ba South Africa o tshwanetse re itšhireletše. And all our differences, diphapano tša rena ke tša re ira manaba. A re manaba at all. Ke rena re fa mohlala le tsela batho botlhe ba South Africa gore ba kgone bona gore democracy ya bona e protected. So ke ra mo lena ka moka di-member tša parlamente gore ke tlo le misa le family ya ka moka ke tlo misa di-point of order tša lena, ke tlo misa all the things tša ka mo parlamenteng, di-smile tša lena jotlhe. Ke kgopela gore le tsebe gore ke le rapedisa gore le boeng ka moka le fitlho ko gae le tlhokomeleng di-family tša lena botse. Se segolo mo bophelong a se oketša gore re tlhoyane, ko re thekgane re phuthane gore even future generation ba kgone go bona gore South Africa ne le ka fase a diatla tša baetapele ba nnete. Ntate mogolo wa ka Mokgalabe, chief ka tša botheletši, ke leboga ba le wena in this parliament this year ba. You are a living history mo rena mogolo wa ka. O bona mogolo wa ka o le ka hara parlamente is a history in the making mogolo wa ka. I hope mogolo wa ka Modimo a be le wena o boe hape next year. To all leaders in this parliament, le di-parties jotlhe, ke a le leboga menano o share nako on behalf of Agang 2016 ke a leboga.
Thank you. Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, comrades, honorable members, the NA table, Madam Speaker. As we come to the end of our session, looking back, we are proud that the APC has consistently spoken in the interests of the African nation and the working class. A golden thread ran through all our interventions of Africanism, raising the challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Because through distractions and false flag operations, these critical national problems gets buried away from our discourses. Deputy Speaker, I get a sense that our people do watch the parliamentary channel, which is good. But there continue to be concerns some raise about the spectacle that Parliament sometimes degenerates into. It is the APC's hope that when we return next year, our proceedings will be calmer and more focused. Parliament can and must constantly improve its oversight capacity in order to fully realize its constitutional mandate. Despite wranglings in the chamber, we however work much harmoniously in committees, especially in the Public Accounts Committee. SCOPA has broken new grounds in its oversight work. No longer do we only have National Treasury and the AG in our meetings, but we now have the police, the Hawks, and the Commercial Crimes Unit, in a way contributing to ending impunity for financial misconduct in the public sector. Parliament must not just be a talking platform, but it must be able to impact on the conduct of the executive in the interests of our people. Let this be our hallmark in 2017.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Whip.
The Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, all ministers present and members of Parliament, I first want to agree with Honorable Steenhuisen that indeed working together, we can do more. And this is what we have started doing, so that this parliament that was bequeathed to us by our leaders, O Mandela, O Mamu Sisulu, and many others, continues to deliver to all the citizens who brought us here. We fully agree with you. We will also agree with Untatu Mishwe, Reverend Mishwe, that indeed through respect to one another and also through respect for the rules that govern this institution, we can also do more. We are in full agreement. Babu Shenge, it's always an honor to have you in this house. Let me quote you today. Open quotes, thus, as we enter now into a time of peace, commemorating the birth of the Prince of Peace, let there be peace between us. Let us look at one another as fellow patriots, not enemies. You also continued, Babu Shenge, you said, we do this for the sake of a country we love and a nation that has asked us to serve. Siyabonga Baba. We thank you, Mtanaga Pindangene, for the guidance you have consistently given to us as an elder in this house. Your words of wisdom, Babu Shenge, have been most valuable to this house. Even when all of us lost our heads, you did not lose your sanity. Shenge. This week, honorable members, we lost, as South Africans, one of our most treasured and beloved sons, Sfiso Ncwane, a young, yet one of our most revered gospel music legends. Our hearts bleed because of his untimely death, and indeed an untimely loss to our nation and people. To the Ncwane family, his loved ones, and South Africans at large, we say, tutugezani bakwethu, akwehlanga olungehlanga. It gives me great pleasure to stand here before you on this last sitting of Parliament in the calendar year 2016 to bid you all of you farewell. Indeed, it is true that parting is a sweet sorrow on the one hand, and parting is sweet because of the memories of our company together that we forever shall cherish. On the other hand, it is sorrowful because we shall, at least for a little while, not share the same spaces, and in that regard, we shall miss each other's company. As I stand here, let me join you, Honorable Speaker, that I'm impelled by mixed emotions that have marked my responsibility as the Chief Whip of the majority party since I took office this year. It is indeed a bittersweet moment for us that we were able to persuade Parliament not only to hold a debate in honor and commemoration of the passing of El Commandant Fidel Castro, but also persuaded Parliament to send a multi-party delegation to his funeral memorial in Santiago. Were it not for circumstances beyond our control, that delegation would have fulfilled its mandate. It is the first time, Honorable Speaker, in history that our Parliament has passed a condolence motion and resolved to send a delegation to attend the funeral of a world leader and icon outside the borders of South Africa. Again, at times we are just too hard on one another These are some of the things that we must be thankful for in doing our work. Whilst we mourn the passing of this selfless anti-imperialist internationalist, we are also humbled by the contribution we have made through Parliament in his honor. We did all of this and gave these accolades to this outstanding gallant leader of all the poor, marginalized, and oppressed people throughout the world, informed by the immense contribution that President and El Commandant Fidel Castro made to the democracy, and we fully agree with you, Speaker, and freedoms we enjoy today. This Parliament, as a multi-party forum of democratic debate, depends on consensus and political management of the institution, inclusive of its programs. Again, we appreciate and continue to attempt to engender and enhance cooperation and collegiality amongst parties. This, we believe, is what our forebears, who are our trailbearers in the corridors of this institution, expect of us in this conjuncture. Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, after suffering from criticism after criticism, from civil society specifically and the people of South Africa in general, on how non-transparent we were in appointing people to statutory institutions, we have listened and remedied our wrongdoings. We now emphasize utmost transparency and meaningful public participation throughout the stages of the appointment process as enshrined in the Constitution. We have also endeavored to secure consensus by all political parties when recommending candidates for appointment, and have since been able to recommend best candidates for appointment. In this regard, all but one party agreed with the then candidate for the public protector position. The same is true regarding the candidate for the position of the Inspector General of Intelligence. This transparent approach to appointments by our Parliament has been followed in relation to commissioners for the South African Human Rights Commission, as well as the Public Service Commission. The almost unanimous support of the candidates alluded to above, beyond narrow, again agreeing with you, Honorable Steenhuisen, beyond narrow party political lines, has engendered the notion of a people-centered activist parliament working in the interest of all our people and our country. We also strengthened our collective exercise of oversight over the executive and statutory bodies. A case in point is the ongoing inquiry into the SABC board. After the former public protector had made adverse findings and taken remedial action against certain employees of the SABC board and the employees lost several appeals in court and were ordered by the courts to implement the public protector's remedial action. Further to this, it became clear that the manner in which certain decisions were taken by the board of the SABC, including amendment of the editorial policy, were prima facie unlawful. The Portfolio Committee on Communications in response then invited the SABC board to respond to some critical questions. However, the responses of the board did not satisfy the committee. Subsequently, the committee decided to institute an inquiry on the fitness of the board to hold office. It is because of the resolve of this National Assembly that today, after several attempts to block the inquiry from commencing, the inquiry did begin. And we believe that its findings and recommendations will go a long way to restore stability and confidence in this precious asset of our people called the South African Broadcasting Corporation. We are indeed demonstrating to our people that to us, the interest of the people are paramount, and that at all times we shall act without fear of the powerful, favor to the friendly, and prejudice against the dubious. We join millions of South Africans, including all parties in this House, in condemning the contemptuous conduct of the SABC in staging a walkout from the ad hoc committee meeting this morning while the inquiry was ongoing. Another area where we have worked together, but also at times differed as parties, has been in the passing of legislation. In this regard, we were able to pass the budget within the prescribed time in the beginning of the year. Of course, as we all know, also passed DORA later this year with all the challenges that accompanied the passing of DORA. What has been of critical importance in the work of Parliament has been engagement of MPs within constituency areas. The constituency offices of MPs create an environment in which MPs are able to be appraised and informed of the various difficulties, hardships, and challenges that constrain our people on a daily basis. Some of the challenges faced by our people include crime, unemployment, and lack of skills by citizenry to engage in productive employment. Of equal importance in areas that will confront MPs in their constituency will be stubborn poverty levels and the persistent cry of communities in our country to be assisted out of the scourge of drugs and drug trafficking. It's these stubborn fault lines in our communities that come from our apartheid past which need ventilation and expression in our parliament. We need to continuously dipstick the extent to which our democratic state and government have addressed these fault lines and what more still needs to be done. It is my strong view, Deputy Speaker, that the program of Parliament plenary sessions should, over and above member statements and notices of motion, include plenary discussions on issues arising directly from constituency work. Such constituency-centric plenary debates will increase the relevance of our parliament to the people of South Africa, as our interaction with communities will then be a real and not an imagined part of our parliamentary activism. This is what we should be including in the program of Parliament next year. As we end the year, we appreciate the support we have heard from our organization, the mighty, glorious African National Congress, WAIMA, and its leadership and membership. We also take the opportunity to express our appreciation for the support we have received from the whips of the ANC and all members of Parliament in the ANC caucus. It would be remiss of us not to thank the support we received throughout the year from chief whips of other parties, despite some agreements at times which were necessary but cordial. We further wish all South Africans a happy festive season and trust that we will all enjoy this precious time with our families and loved ones. Farewell to you all, comrades, compatriots, and friends. May you be safe throughout the festive season till we meet again next year. Siyabule.
Honorable members, on behalf of the presiding officers, we would like to associate ourselves with the good wishes to all of you, your families, your friends and relatives, that you are going to be reunited and spend quality time with them. Please pay attention to your level of fitness. It will improve your mood in the new year. Let's dedicate ourselves to making 2017 a good one for the poor of our country and those who are vulnerable. As public representative, we owe it to them. Thank you very much. That concludes the farewell speeches and the year. End the session.